Looks like all the things work. That's awesome. There's so much shenanigans that goes into this extremely jank setup that I don't think a reasonable human other than me would make. Actually, that's wrong. I don't think I should consider myself reasonable at this pace. Regardless, it's warm today. Oops. Frontier. Today is deco grind time. Again. I am just utterly drowning in all the stupid footage I need. There's so much, man. So much. So I've mentioned I'm progging 3U on the side. I am down to 2 monsters I need footage on from 3U. And then a friend is willing to chip in for a bunch of world. I still need someone to play like a lot of GU. Because I have no reasonable means to record that, and I'm decidedly not reprogging GU. There is no way I can justify that level of time investment. It'll easily be a couple 100 hours before I get to the things I need to record. Oh, GU. I'd say never change, but on the other hand... What do you mean this does not work? I know that 2K is not good on this setup, YouTube. What do you mean? I didn't tell you to go 2K. Chief, I literally told you to... Oh, whatever. I'm not gonna get hung up on that. Not today. God, there's so many things. Hello, Stavros. I hope you're happy being like a couple minutes earlier than usual. Quote unquote usual. Flying Wyvern Scales. That is more Rathian, looks like. My peppers are so happy from that sun and sheer amount of heat. So happy. And I really wish I could relate. I did have a little bit of... Shit is dead on YouTube. What do you mean, dead on YouTube? Frontier? Oh, no good. Yeah. I do wonder what's up with that algo. Like low-key. I don't subscribe to the idea that channels get sort of repressed by the algorithm or whatever. I don't really believe that. From my experience, it doesn't really matter who made a certain video or how many views it has. If it's good, I'll share it with friends. My streams are peak for it. Well, I don't have easy access to the ad control panel, mind, so in case it does get loud, I have no say in that. But yeah, I don't subscribe to the idea that YouTube suppresses channels or anything. Hell, not even individual videos outside of, like, their mechanisms detecting something not really shareable. That makes sense. But the stuff that's been recommended to me recently, some of it is somewhat interesting, I will say. I need other bento. Awesome. Some of it is somewhat interesting, but almost none of it is recent. And I'm a little stuck between thinking that it's like I don't understand if people are just uploading less, or if there's something going on the back end. Is this the worst season for food? Yeah, it is just straight up the worst season for food. Okay. Oh, the things you have to deal with in progression. Doesn't matter. We'll get there, we'll get there, we'll get there. Hello, Valley. Oh yeah, some Jang's up. I don't know why or what. And I'm definitely not going to investigate. Yeah, I did have a small harvest on strawberries. So our strawberries are fun. We planted them last year. Had a couple berries, as you do. And then late summer to autumn, they kind of died, as strawberries do. But we were too lazy to actually remove them, so we just left them there. Not knowing that the species of strawberry also is a multi-year situation. So now we just had like a pound and a half of strawberries. I'm also interested in growing melons. Specifically, you can grow them like beans so that they like grow up and then you can pluck them. And I want to do that. The problem with doing that with melons for me is the same as with strawberries in that I don't typically like that. I don't like melons and I don't like strawberry, but here we are. But so far we've had a lot of stuff in the garden that I usually don't like. But homegrown, it tastes kind of good. Not gonna lie. It is a noticeable difference to store-bought. And that makes me happy. And all that just because a certain local store refused to have more habanero. Fun how that goes. Anyway, Rathian, if you could. Yeah, I think that's the last Rathian we do. We'll just do... What's his name? Guran? I think it's a car from him too, right? Carve. Guran Saburo. Yeah. Carve. We'll just do that one instead. Significantly less annoying. Would be so good if that Rathian just started showing up roundabout now. I should really learn where monsters go beyond their spawning location. Even though it's literally only useful in exactly this map, exactly during rain. Rathian? Any Rathian? What on earth is wrong with you, bird? That's no Rathian. I am no fan of Rathian quests in general that do not have eggs. Tri-Ultimate is kind of hella guilty about that too. Just let me skip that annoying run around the map until the thing is there thing. Please. Not allowed to skip that today, huh? Unfortunate. Unfortunate. Speaking of unfortunate, I was watering the plants yesterday. There she is. And not one, but two bugs decided that I smell like food, and now I have really annoying bites. You could take the Psycho or Hulk skill. Yeah, I don't think my Hulk has that yet. I'd have to check. Which coincidentally is something I meant to do anyway. Why did that guard? Jeez, after 3 you just feel so smooth. Why is 3DS emulation so horrible? Psycho Serum helps, yeah. That did not auto-reload. In Greece. Oh, Greece. Yeah, we're not quite as bad usually. I don't know what's up with the specific ones that we have here, because usually I don't see mosquitoes. And I don't mean that as in, oh, we don't see them a lot, or anything of the sorts. No, we strictly don't. Like, I don't think I've ever seen an actual mosquito. We have, like, big flies, kind of. Rained and then hot weather for you. Yeah, that kind of describes it here, too. Not, like, extremely bad. Just sudden, really. Yeah, it could be many different bugs. Just saying that I've never seen anything... Like, I've never seen a mosquito. Knowingly. We have some sort of fly thing that does bite and behaves like a mosquito, but I don't think it's actually the same thing. No, it's definitely from outside. I did feel it them technically biting. Oh look, another dragon. Hey. Well, wyvern if you wanna be pedantic and correct. I like how you can skip specifically wind, what's it called? The wind reaction by just attacking. Potato dragon, potato wyvern. They are different things. One of them is less cool, because less adapted by fantasy media. But yeah, I had a bite on... What's that area called? Is it chin? Like the lower front leg. Very annoying. And then one on the neck, which is also very annoying. Sin. True and real. Oh yeah, so you're going with that too. Lower front leg. That'll do. Somewhere between the knee and the ankle. Don't... Frontier, today's not the day to throw gems at me, please. Give me the stuff I actually need for a change. That is not it. Chief, that is not it. I don't know how it's written either. Hell, I'm not even sure what it's called. I think you got one up on me there. I'm like well behind. Yeah, Shin. That does sound right. I think that is how it's written. I wouldn't know for sure though. I can just send all. Why am I? Really not there. That is how it's written. We learn every day. Can I? Probably not, right? No, I can't. 15. Where's my sheet? Here's my sheet. 15. I wanted to check lazerite jewels as well. I have enough. Wow, that's reassuring. Right, let's do... There's a couple side tangents I have to do today. There is... I need to do a probably low rank Lao. Surely somewhere it's gonna tell me the combo list. Surely. Where's that one item so far in the back? Like, where's the hunter charm so far back? But the actual thing is not. Unless I'm stupid and overlooked it. That's also a possibility. There it is. Yeah, it's a low rank claw. Cool. But that's a thing for later. It's not a thing for now. Where is Gurren? Gurren. Somewhere. You. Five more scales, and then we can move on to the even worse thing. I am not looking forward to all the actual deco quests. Like the deco material quests. I want to see if they give me the thing or if they give me other mats here. Herbivore hoof. That sounds like Gosho material. Yeah, that's Gosho material. Oh, that's unfortunate. Yep. Well. Guess we have a bunch of HR4 stuff to do. At least I think these are HR4. 3-4 ballpark. Ooh, I thought that ball was later. How wrong I was. So there is a gimmick that is this guy's original gimmick. But then later Frontier Mons just adapted it 1-to-1. Oof. I do not know this moveset at all. I'm probably what they call undergeared for this. Yeah, kind of. Kind of very. Gurren is fine, I would say. There is a point somewhere in the game. I think it's G rank progression, where it can be really interesting, but only if the server has the rank adjust feature broken, like Rain has it broken. I think he's interesting then because you like die. Otherwise he's pretty okay. You used Hulk for that one? For the G rank Gurren? Really? Like, he's not even that bad. There's a lot of hunts that I would... Oh, I'm dead, aren't I? Oh, barely not. There's a lot of hunts where I can see Hulk being good. Well, quote unquote good, but like, commonly used. Gurren is not one of them. I just really don't know the Gosho moveset and how to deal with him when I deal like much less damage than I'm used to. Yeah, okay, so the gimmick I mentioned. He's the... Oh, it's going swimmingly. He's the guy that started the trend of monster enrages and then never unenrages. Like, if I recall correctly, he physically cannot unenrage once he enrages. Which sounds interesting, but then you have, like, 80% of the game that behaves exactly the same way. Where they figured out this one thing, and then never again deviated. Which is a very classic Capcom kind of thing. Like, we made Rathian. He is 25 more. We made Monkey. He is 12 more. I hope that I would get whiffed by that. God, at this stage I'm low-key better off just doing Rathian, holy. Don't do me like that. I just need the funny. Oh, this is bad. That's an interesting move. Oh, Jesus Christ. Even the fucking lightning is painful. You idiot! NPC, please! I can only imagine how frogging here was during the late Gosho experience. Hello, hot dog. Jesus, he's ouchie. Okay, I think this is doable. Good old. Dude, I'm always... I don't know how to phrase this. I don't see myself as a particularly creative, let alone artistic kind of person. And then I see the kind of either cool or cute or otherwise interesting stuff that people make, like those emotes. And I can't help but feel a little like... On one hand, I wish I knew how to do that. On the other hand... Have you seen the So that's the thing. Have you ever worked on something like that? Have you like ever had a quote-unquote artistic or expressive or whatever thing? You see those things once or twice depending on whether or not you're the type to rewatch stuff. By the time you get to see it once, I've probably seen it 400 or 500 times. And at that point, to me, it just looks like it's meant to be there. And I completely lose all personal connection to it. It's very in line with my thinking of whichever video I'm currently working on is the best I've ever made. But the moment I press publish on it, I think it's bad. Because by the time I do that, I've likely already learned like 15 ways to do what I did better. Well, not quite anymore. More like, sometimes I learn an extra trick. It has gotten rarer, which is how I can tell that I've gotten better. I'm glad you like him. But there's something about like classical art, quote-unquote classical art, right? Like the stuff you would... Oh, gee, stop hurting so much, dude. The kind of stuff you would have, say, a drawing person draw. Like, there is a certain quality to stuff that a lot of people make, even at a hobbyist level. That I'm just impressed by it. Like, I admire being able to do something, to create stuff that's actually of a certain level of quality. That, like, it's not even... I can't even quantify quality here. I don't know how I'm still alive. Oh, you're about to change around you. Yeah. Oh, this is embarrassing. Owie tail. You're not. You are leaving. Interesting. Quality is production value. That is correct. That is correct. And I'm thankfully out of the mindset where I would accidentally equate it to. I'm not gonna tell you you're wrong, because you aren't. I don't know. Maybe I'm just easily impressed by art and the like. Apparently he can unenrage if you're bad enough. Oh no. The owie. I need to very much not be nearby right now. Please target anyone else. I don't know, man. For me, it's somewhere in between. I need to stop eating so much shit. It's somewhere in between just having seen the things I make a billion times. And also, you wouldn't believe how much I struggle with especially titles and thumbnails. And also like scripts that are something a person can listen to. I think I'm acceptable at writing, but I'm really not good at writing things that are meant to be said out loud. I got hit during the recovery. Oh no. Oh no. Somehow alive. Everything is painful, holy. Oh right, I should also finish my thoughts when I start talking, right? that's a useful thing to do. So, I know why I struggle with titles and thumbnails so much. And it's really quite a simple reason. The simple reason is that for those, I need to come up with something. Right, like... I'm good at taking something and then applying whatever to it to make something different. I am completely and utterly worthless at making something entirely new. Like from the ground up. What are you doing, dude? I've not yet seen the "it's getting weaker" message, and I think this one has... No, this has no side quests. Interesting. Dude, almost no one can? Yeah, exactly. Which is why I'll never stop glazing people that draw at a high level. Like, this is not a pity me, I feel so bad, oh, I'm so bad at this kind of thing. It's quite the opposite. Oh. He's a lot deader than I thought he was. Except if they are amazing. Like, I look at some... Okay, specific example. I look at like Meat Canyon, and it's like, holy shit, dude. Like that's a level of polish that zero people asked for, but is still just there. Okay, somehow we made it through. Hey! Somehow. Space King series? I am not familiar with that, but I'll add it to my list. Dude. Upwards of, what, 80% of what I've used YouTube for, like of what kind of stuff I've watched recently, is almost entirely business related. And then occasionally I'll have like drama background noise for recording. As in like for gathering footage. Space King Bricks. Bricks King. Space Bricks. I'll try to remember and look it up. I am utterly drowning. So I'm estimating for the video after this next one, that's like the next one is already done. Like done. I just need to actually upload it and release it. But I did want some time to pass. Because I really need to buy time. Because for the thing that comes after it, I am looking at an estimation of about 20 hours of raw footage. I don't know how long it's gonna be yet. Like, the script is not in a format that is listenable. It's basically a draft, and it's like 4,500 words long. In Frontier, like in this proc session, if you will, I don't plan to. And I phrase it that way because I am very worried about Unknown and Teostra. I am very aware of how under-equipped I am as a player and in-game. How painful that experience is going to be. So, I'm not gonna say no outright. But I will try my best to not do that. Rathalos also drops the things. I just don't want to do more Rathian, because horrible, horrible spawn area. And he's in the tower? Frontier not happy to throw me bones. 0 bones thrown. None. Oh, we're also out of everything active. Hello. I think he's... Yeah, he should start at the thing. Well, not start, but he'll move to the lower area. Well, yeah, Teostra is scary. Unknown too, just to like be absolutely clear. The only reason I'm not afraid of Paria Puria is because I genuinely don't know what to be afraid of. It's like the only monster in that original quest rank that I never struggled against. And I hope that that won't come back to bite me. Considering what I'm planning for the Age of 5 and 6 video though, it'll be a good bit before we're there. Oops. Unknown isn't scarier than Paria? She is. by a lot. Paria by design still has openings, like even down to Musu Paria. You can kind of see that there is openings. After a certain point, Unknown just loses them. Like, you just do not have openings whatsoever. There is no playing it safe. I think I've used it on her once by accident because the stupid premium course was active and I didn't know what it did. But I also do remember that I've never actually... No, that's false actually. I did kill her once during Prague. I think anyway. Can't see this yet. My personal experience with Unknown so far has been, it's smooth sailing until you're one rage mode away from actually winning, and then she just has exactly 0 openings whatsoever, and it's just permanent spam of stuff, and you kind of have to, like, you have to actively try to get hits in. I could also be mistaken. Like, I'm not gonna die on the hill. That X or Y is easier or harder, cause like you can't point at any single thing in quote-unquote original HR6 and call it easy in good conscience. That's just not a concept. There's painful and there's slightly less painful at best. The Ganosis are not easy. Like, just on virtue of them being what they are not easy. Haruto? Haruto is just Teostra, but cooler. Oh yeah, dual blades. Dual blades in front here are rather privileged. So allegedly it goes for every weapon that hit stun is iframes. I cannot confirm that. But dual blade has a lot of really good properties about them. I just can't be bothered to learn them at this point. At a later stage, yeah, but not right now. So I'm not gonna use them here. The move speed does help, yeah. It's also that you have a lot of... like, you have a lot of access to dodges that are also attacks. Like, dual blades are good at... I don't... I don't know what they're bad at. Because they do compete for best DPS as well. If you are not bad at MH, right, and if you take your time to prep a little, or just generally understand monster movesets easily, HR5 is not that bad. It's... You will eat shit a lot, but if you get to any amount of rank appropriate defense, it's pretty much just MH as normal. And then there's HR6. Like quote-unquote vanilla HR6. Oops. I would almost prefer to do HR5 without exotic stuff. And I might at some point. But I do want to hit G before Wild's expansion is nearby. Because when Wild's expansion is going to be announced, I'm gonna have to do stuff on that. Yeah, okay, this is not significantly faster than Rathian. Unfortunate. Yeah, if the DLC is announced, I'll have to do stuff on that. And then about a month before it comes out, I'm going to grind Wilds. And I am going to grind Wilds so that I'm not completely dogshit once the DLC is live. Talking about which, I'm seeing a lot of places cope that will get an announcement one of these days. And I just can't tell. Because I don't follow the news even remotely closely enough. Is there anything to that idea, or is just people coping because people like to cope? Because frankly, I don't want to see that DLC until like the end of the year. I certainly don't want it anytime in summer or autumn. I've considered doing a piece on... There was a surprise quest that I did earlier today that kind of sucked. It was with the snow. That's the Gossos, yeah. They are awesome. Have you... No, surely you have seen the promotional poster. But you can't not have seen it. I have it somewhere. Give me a second, I will find it. I need to... Oh. Is it not in that folder anymore? That's probably in assets now, right? I don't get to bring it up very often. Here it is. No, it's here. What are you on about? Evil. There we go. I think I'll just use that as the thumbnail for when I do them. This is an actual, real promotional poster. I say this in the friendliest way possible. Do you people understand at this point why I keep saying they don't make them like that anymore? Do you understand just how deep-rooted my hatred for Wilds is when shit like this used to exist? And then you have Nader taking himself ultra serious in Wilds. Like, take that in contrast. Have a good night, Stavros. Fish. Monster Hunter is a serious game. Until I play it. On the Twitch side of things, I am upholding my word. You guys are primary. So you should, strong emphasis on should, have the 7TV things. And I made some space for you on the AFK screen. I will hear no more complaints about that. Another thing I have not done and probably won't do because I don't know how. The funny Stronghold guy only updates with YouTube stuff. I'm also not running the code right now. And I don't feel confident in my ability to yeet it at an LLM to fix it, like to include it. And I question the necessity for that. Surely. Surely there is somewhere. There we go. Hell yeah, I can see the emotes. Yeah, winning son. Barely. Barely. You can access Sky Corridor. Sometimes. Like, I've done at least one quest there. And it didn't shit itself. Yeah, I think. I don't know for sure. Because I tried it on Rain. And Rain has a nasty habit of just shitting itself regardless. That is what I meant in my introductory video of sorts. That server sometimes just decides to die. And that's okay. It's really a pro and con with these, for the lack of a better term, hobbyist projects. It's cool when they're popular, because that means you have people around. And it's also very negative if they're popular, because it means there's people around. When is... Yeah, I think that's quite literally the question. When is Sky Corridor? Like, it probably wasn't in, like, base release, right? I should look that up at some point. At some point. In the vague, distant future, if I run out of progression stuff to talk about, I will probably go and find people that were around when Frontier launched. And ideally played too. And then try to get some sources. I'm not going to learn Japanese, I think. Because I'm kind of curious how all of that went down. Because, like, even HR5, if you do the not streamlined progression thing, right? Like, if you just hunt stuff, is still very much just G-rank, pretty much. But at some point, and I can't quite put my finger on where it is, it just starts wilding out so much. And I kind of want to know how that went down while it was live. Like, at some point, right? At some point, you're playing your favorite MMO. You're playing Frontier. You log out for the night. You wake up. You log in, and suddenly everything is on fire. That's kind of how I expect certain additions to the game to have gone down. Like, surely a ton of people were filtered. Surely. Because it is designed with pay to win in mind. And it shows. Didn't you I play Frontier? Could say that I do. Could say that I do. Too late. I low-key wish more people cared about it. Because then I could get away with making videos about an MH I actually enjoy. Instead of wilds. It's not fun to be negative all the time. For me, you just were my source and damage calc in wilds. Yeah, I know. That's for most people, and that's fine. Like, I didn't exactly set myself up to do anything other than that. Because that, you know, is something I can really do for years. I have done for years and will continue to do. So no worries there. It's fun to be negative most of the time. Sometimes. I enjoy shitting on MH sometimes. It has to be... let me put it this way. I like when my shitting is high level. Like, I can get really annoyed by this or that design decision. I can get really annoyed at specifics, and it's fine. But Wilds just... it fills me with dread. I don't know, man. I just hope the MH that I was cultivated to enjoy isn't lost in an attempt at making Skyrim again forever. Mooses are on my to-do list, just so I don't lose that line of thoughts. I think that's something that a lot of people have not realized when I did my hate piece on stuff on Wilds. Well, technically there's two, because I have one where I complain about the meaninglessness of set building that was during, like, I think base. Like, I've complained about Wilds a lot. And I still remember the comments that people left under that video, like, oh, it's just performance, oh, you'll just never be happy, that kind of stuff. It contains my favorite, I don't know if I would call it a hate comment. It's a very negative comment, but I enjoy it a lot. Like, someone... it's to this day, it's the favorite comment I've ever gotten. So it's a half-hour thing where I complain in detail about the things that piss me off about Wilds. You know, in my typical speedrun the words fashion. And someone left a comment, nice opinion, did a YouTuber give it to you? And I just couldn't. Banger line. Big fan. But yeah, I think many people underestimate how long, and not how long, but how much time the folk that do optimization, like actual optimization, I'm specifically not speaking about the rage gamings of this world. The folk that do actual set optimization, just the sheer amount of time they spend and just how quickly they accumulate that time. Like, I can tell you for sure that I will probably hit ballpark 300 hours on the DLC alone in the first month it's out. And I will probably be done with progression on day 2, early day 3. So that kind of enables me to get my opinion extremely quickly. And the same goes for pretty much all worthwhile theory folk. We are able to get our opinions extremely quickly. So I feel very vindicated if long term I see more and more people disliking Wilds for whatever reason. And usually it'll be something that I've complained about early on too. Greatsword on Naga is a very cool looking matchup. Who was the guy on Rain Zero that had foot pedal for guarding the rain? Hello, Retro. Why am I here? This is the wrong menu entirely. I think I missed a drop. I have indeed. We are done with Rathian and the likes. Well, I mean, it was years ago. I was just wondering if you'd remember that conversation, because I do every day. Yeah, just let me get my foot pedals to guard, to like 17 consecutive frame perfect guard inputs. Do I remember how painful my missions are? I've done them to completion twice manually. Yes. You're the wrong NPC. Habit. I just hope they rework Greatsword. Probably will. Realistically speaking. Probably will. It's arguably worse if you just skip them. Like, to some degree I'm with you, but on the other hand, I mean, I play MH to play MH, right? There is... all I need in the phases of Monster Hunter where I don't speedrun is some sort of feeling towards progressing towards something. And then I don't really care much about what it is. So the gameplay itself is good enough for me, and that includes my missions. They will rework it by removing TCS and SCS and give 800 MB on level for a charge slot. Yeah, I can see that. Oh wow, that awful timing. You flinch less than the Rathian. I think I made that experience last time. Alright, I'm justified to click on my expert. Oh, right. I am almost interested in a Frontier server that behaves a bit like live when it was actually live, like including updating over time and like vaguely the same cadence, if that's even possible to figure out, or like a set of them so that you can sort of experience how it was. Like, actually was. But I'd imagine it to be increasingly difficult to actually do that. People have been wondering on patch servers to send updates to clients, to the custom client though. Yeah, that does track. I wouldn't mind, but like the things that... So I phrase it that I'm almost interested. Not because of a lack of personal interest in it, but because of time, man. Like the things that need to happen for me to partake in that and to sort of... Because I would document it too, right? Like I would talk about it and make content on it and stuff. The things that would need to align for that to happen. Wilds would need, like the DLC would need to be solved as it comes out. Like, it cannot have any interesting skills. It cannot have anything that requires testing. It needs to be a pure numbers game, where bigger number gooder always. That is sort of stage 1. Stage 2, it needs to remain absolute and utter dogshit on swags. If it's not horrendous on swags, I will probably be on Wilds for quite a bit. Because, like, what business do I have advising people if I'm visibly bad at it, right? And advising is still the main business thing. Hello, Avik. Big number gooder, yes, but why number bigger? So basically, it needs to be dogshit. It needs to not have any interesting new skill or mechanic. It needs to require 0 research. And even then... Oh, and it needs exactly 0 monsters I enjoy, even in the slightest. Then, and pretty much only then, would looking at that sort of thing be interesting for me from a streaming and playing perspective. Full Raws. True and real. Am I about to cart again? I'm low-key surprised they never made a Supremacy or a Zenith or a Muso Abigail. Considering just how everywhere that thing is. Not complaining, just surprised. Don't see shit. We're gonna see this a few more times. I think before we do more of this, though, I will do low rank Lao. When do they showcase the new DLC? That is exactly the question I asked earlier. Because I do see a lot of talk about it. But it's a cope kind of talk. And I don't actively trust the people that do the coping in public. So I have no idea if there's any merit to that. Have they said they would, Zero? Or is that just, you know, cope? You hope that we use more axe. Why? We hate axe mode in this household. It's as useful as it's ever been. And that's too much. It's one of the biggest events. Yeah, sure, but at the same point, I mean, how many active players... Actually, let me... It's loading screens anyway, right? Steam active players by game. SteamDB. Aye. Wilds currently has 5,000 players, with the 24-hour peak being 14,000. Stories 3 has a 24-hour peak of 945 and currently 587. So even from that POV, what if it's just Stories 3? Wouldn't make sense. Huh. What it does, and it's 10. World has less. Wilds is the most popular one right now. So Wilds is 8,000, I said? Rise is 2,200 right now and 10.5k for 24-hour peak. Rise very unpopular. And World is 5,000 now and 24,000 24-hour peak. Yeah, so during high time, World is more popular. I mean, Rise was just extremely unpopular all around. Like, everyone kind of hated Rise. It's turned around a little bit more, because all the tourists are washed out. So there's less pushback. I still don't understand the people enjoying World. 90% of the time I ask someone why they like World, they cite how everything is just like large and cinematic and pretty and stuff, and how it's just good gameplay. And then I ask them what their favorite thing to do is, and it's like, oh, it's Arch-Tempered Valkana, Alatreon, Tempered Fujang. What's the last guy? Fatalis. I.e., all the things that do not contain the things that make World actively bad. Besides, like, tenderizing. A lot of people like 18 Nami. I've heard from a couple runners now that Nami is like their favorite thing. I forgot that I wanted to do low rank Lao. I'm not the smartest bulb in this shit. Monkey. True. I don't know. I used to hate World with a passion. Now it's down to just resenting it. Much like 4U can never be forgiven for giving us ledges, World can never be forgiven for being popular. Because now we have to cope with every MH getting worldified. Iceborne can never be forgiven for realism. What's realistic about Iceborne? What's realistic about Valkana foot fetish? What about the graphics is realist? Dude, huh? It's not even pretty. It ran like ass on current hardware too. Current at the time, of course. Oh god. Can you imagine, like, 6 to 8 years from now, people defending Wilds because it runs so good on current hardware? I think the bigger question is if they even still make consumer hardware at that point in time. Dude. There we go. Oops. I don't think you can run Vals on a 4050. Diago did on a 5050. And I think I heard some people on a 1070. $1050 came out before World. I did not look at the screen at all. My bad. I can only go off what I heard around the time and what I remember from them. And what I remember is that everyone was complaining that even high-end stuff couldn't play World. Considering I was consoling back then, and also already really fucking hated World. I'm glad, like genuinely glad, that the Frontier people, as in the guys doing server stuff, have gotten to a point where custom stuff is possible. I wonder to what degree it will be possible. But I'm also kinda happy to not have to rely on Capcom to make more and new MH stuff if the itch arises, which it does, because it's MH. Because I genuinely don't trust them after Wilds. I'm gonna say this carefully, because I'm not making accusations. But let's just say I wouldn't be super surprised if somehow through Wilds there came out to be a data leak or some other identifiable information. I would be 0% surprised. Such a thing has not yet happened to my knowledge. And I'm not saying that it will. I'm not saying that that's what it does. I'm just saying I wouldn't be surprised. You just hope to make guides for people to learn how to do it? You mean the frontier people? Yeah. Yeah. I am more hoping for tooling. I mean, yeah, of course. Documentation, important shit. But instead of flat out guides, I hope for tools. Maybe I'm just janked like that. That's the wrong item set. Okay, what's up with Valsop loss? Is that custom stuff? I don't know. I'll investigate at some points. There are quest editors now? Yeah, that's good. I do mean general tooling, right? Not just, quote unquote, not just quest editors. I mean, like, what about custom models, for example? I am 0% knowledgeable about stuff in the 3D environment. That's an interesting choice of items I brought. Yeah, I'm 0% knowledgeable in the 2D in the 3D environment. But if somehow they managed to make a tool that would port from Blender and whatever else is used in that sort of environment to game, it would fuck. Very much. Why am I sheathing? This is not 3 euro. Talking about Blender, I should actually spend some time on learning it. Oh man. 24-hour days are too short for me. I can't work like this. I don't know how I did that move, but I kinda liked it. I am just looking for a way to not rely on Capcom for my Monster Hunter fix. If Wilds is the direction we're going to continue going in. Like, at the very least, I want a game that doesn't take itself seriously. Like, not in the it can't take itself serious at all fashion, but definitely in the don't shove a mediocre story down my throat. Don't make ginormous areas and have their only impact be NPCs commenting on how big everything is. Kind of deal. Like, give me the city stuff. Give me city weapon designs. Give me city armor designs. Give me an actual quest list. That sort of thing. And then otherwise focus on the gameplay. Because I feel like that's been very neglected in Wilds. GU is very Frontier-esque. Very, very Frontier-esque. Down to it has styles. I think GU is the closest mainline has ever come to Frontier. Cool. But yeah, tons of content in that game. Tons of content in Frontier too. So for someone that isn't me, for someone that does actually do other things in their time, Frontier easily has enough content to carry you through 2, at minimum 1, but almost definitely 2, possibly 3 bad MH games. What the fuck is this guy? Yeah, GU good. Assuming you only have to do progression once, because once really is enough. Dude, all of Village for 15 points of critical eye. Unhinged. The payoff is good, but unhinged. I should probably not. There we go. It depends strictly on which Musu you beat. If you repel Musu Guans, I think, that tells you approximately nothing. Now, if you clear Musu Azalion, vastly different baseline. Like, very different baseline. Preferred Hunter Star for swags. What's the thing called? Striker. Very much a Striker enjoyer. Up, down, my beloved. I need to carry less things. That's a low rank. Lao. It occurred to me that I wasn't recording. Whoops. Demon Ride and Energy Charge. And Absolute Readiness. Don't forget Absolute Readiness. Up, down, my beloved. Is this an unskippable cutscene in low rank only? Hello, monkey. I've always wondered what the idea behind Lao was back when I encountered him in Freedom Unite. Because I always imagined it must be hella dope to just have like a bunch of friends to do it with. And like what the sort of coordination idea was. And then I've learned that I can just bully him dead like most other monsters. And then I looked at Monster Hunter 1 for the Lao fight. And it's still not a lot of coordination. It's still just bully the thing dead. And I just don't get what the whole concept was. It looks cool, right? Like the whole idea is pretty cool. I liked it a lot. They just did never execute on it. I think GU tried to execute more on it, but IMO, all Lao does there is if you beeline proc and make 0 sets and somehow make it to G2, you can just bully him with non-weapon damage and then make his gear to bully your way to Atarkar. Also, yeah, low rank Lao. Turns out you need a couple claws to make the Hunter Charm. And I would like to not be bothered by inventory space as much going forward. The early gen siege fight? None of the siege fights have any substance if we're like actually honest with ourselves here. None of them. Like Lao, you just kind of bully dead. Relatively easy, very avoidable damage in every fashion. You have Yamatsukami, I suppose, kind of counts a little bit. That's like gunner stuff. Some GCP tickets from Hunter Navi. I'll have to check. So the other thing is that I also need Lao Shanlong footage. And I don't know if I recorded it last time, so... This is multi-purpose. What's the other siege fight? Shengaoren? I have no idea what that thing's deal is. You just hit the legs a bit. And I think I'm in the wrong area. Or not. What took you so long? I think I need to let him come close anyway. Like a solid bit into before I actually start hitting him hard. Here he comes! Better watch out! The way he doesn't give a fuck is so funny. Yeah. So, in the older games, where he did have a reasonable amount of setup, where there was stuff that, if you cared for talking to the NPCs, if you're still full of whimsy and wonder, there is something cool and frightening about it. But when he's just here like this, I don't know, Sheev. Bounced with blue. Interesting. Is it only the low rank version that is health capped? Never mind, I can't read. True. As far as you know, yes. Because I do remember having some Laos killed in other games. In other servers. I know HR5 version. I lost my whatever language that is for a minute. I know the HR5 version is not health gated, but I do remember one being, so it being low rank does check out for me. Thanks. I'm gonna bully him until Heat Blade runs out and then move on. Because I don't think there's much more needed after that. It's been so long I've seen this happen though. What an odd knockdown. Lao also has a funky title. Fortress Dragon is a good title. It certainly beats Drama Miralis at least. But yeah, on the original point, none of the siege fights really have a lot going on. This is Mesa Lounge. None of the old gen siege fights have a lot going on. Almost none of them have real merit to being sieges. You still mostly bully the monster. I would say Rampages came the closest to making siege stuff actually siegey and not horrendous. There's a lot to hate about Rampages, but I think for the siege aspect they are unbeaten. Then you have... what's his name? Zora. Then you have Zora Magdaros, which is a mistake. No, Rise had Rampages. Finally someone on Meza. I mean, you kind of have to acknowledge what that means. Like, for me. I've done Rain. I've done Hunter's Verse. I'm kind of running out of new ones. Rise Rampages were fun. I came to like Rampages when I didn't have to do them. So if I was able to do them optionally, I often would. But if I was forced to do them, it was horrible. It's the kind of... It's an acquired taste. Like... It's best enjoyed in short bursts. Cousin got you on Meza because the progression is servers better in G rank. I don't know. I don't mind. I think... So Rain was my first one. I've hit G rank. I didn't know what the fuck was happening or what was going on. I somehow made it to Hunter, to G rank 50 something or whatever was required for Silver Loss. Then I just bullied hardcore Silver Loss to like 200. Then I figured out, hey, by the way, there's these fucking tickets. And then I went in Donru gear and did Zenith Tycoon for the swags. With swags. Because some ancient guide I read said Z Tycoon is the best swags in the game before Ravioli. Yeah, I'm not making that mistake again. That's a 25-minute adventure per crab. And everything is owie. So from that POV, I didn't really care. I'm mostly, like, at the time I was mostly after the Zeniths and the Musus, which I never ended up doing there. Then a friend got me on Hunter's Verse, where I was told that the endgame grind for gear is less painful. So I procced there. It's mostly the same thing, but without the bounties. And then it turns out that because the server's pretty fucking abandoned, I couldn't get premium cuffs, so that was a waste of time. And now I'm here. The best wax on this server are Zenith, Unlimited, Baru, Ravioli, and one of the gacha ones. Yeah, that about tracks. That just about tracks. I'm mostly going for Ravioli for ice, just because I think it's pretty. The premium one. But we'll get there when we get there. I'm not super concerned about that. Time to emulate the server yourself? Jeez. I mean, I probably could. But for what purpose? So I should probably talk about why I'm doing Frontier again in the first place. So for one, I want to get out of Wilds. Like, I don't want to be associated as the guy that does swags in Wilds. I do swags in general. So that sort of needs establishing. I also think that we can look at Frontier to figure out where the franchise in general is going, because the further you go away from MH1 towards current, the closer you get to Frontier in the mechanics that are present, the sort of skills that they start making, the sort of add-ons to your hunter they are making, think like mantles and stuff. A lot of that stuff, in one way or another, has been in Frontier. And the devs that worked on Frontier, and like the people designing and whatnot, they all had to go somewhere after they closed the game. And I'm going to wager that a bunch of them moved on to mainline. Like, the guy, one of the guys that directed Frontier also directed Sunbreak, and it fucking shows. Like, it really fucking shows. Yeah, like, of course the guy that gave his okay for Elzelion also gave his okay for Risen Shaggy. Duh. So that's kind of the gap I want to bridge. The bridge I want to gap. But then also, I ran into a whole bunch of people that got hard filtered by HR5. And a bunch of people that quit very early in the end game because they were used to Hulk everything. And the moment you lose Hulk and Legendary Rasta, if you're used to them, you just the difficulty curve does very much catch up with you. So I do see an avenue for talking about ways to get through it. I do see this as an avenue to generally get better at MH again. But then also I just really fucking like Frontier. And I really needed the palate cleanse after whiles. But I almost hope that a couple people pick it up that haven't before. And it would be kind of cool to get to a state where I can just go, all right, this date, that time, we can just do ravioli. And like the general idea of starting something that will lead to people how do I phrase this? That will bring back a little bit of the old gen charm, where people actively talk to each other, where you don't have to ask a ton of people for help, but it is offered to you instead. That sort of deal, for the most part. Where we clown on the French. You know the deal. You had to have been there. At least you don't need to kill a billion fucking ravioli to get a maxed out weapon. Yeah, that's fair enough. Dantic Cells and Genuine Rice, amongst others, yes. There is Health Augment from World and Iceborne, even though that originated in 4 Ultimate. The way it was handled there was just the green extract from Kinsect. Like the way it behaves in Worldborn is very much lifted from Frontier. Build up boost as a skill, add rush as a skill, evasion mantle as a whole. I think the only actual new skills in recent time that aren't based much on anything were Berserk and Intrepid Heart. Pretty much exactly. Oh, and is Frostcraft entirely new? I'm willing to count Frostcraft as entirely new. It's crit raw with an UI element. The most fun mage game for you, mostly because of difficulty. I don't mind the difficulty much, either direction. I just really like how aggressive a lot of stuff is and how you get to interact with things. And there's just so much to prog through. And I like progging. I also like running, and you can do both in Frontier. That's awesome. Peak gameplay. Real. True and real. I'm not even sure he's ready to be here yet. Whilst Gunless has some animations from Frontier, yeah, I do think I heard that one of the moves was just straight up extreme Wyvern Fire. Visually. I think the super discharge in GU was also at least partially lifted from Frontier, but I'm not 100% sure. No, never mind. No, it's no. It was that led to compressed discharge, I think. Not the Frontier thing. But yeah, a lot of stuff can be reasonably argued to stem from this game. I say can be argued. I am actively making that argument. I don't do well in the heat. I had something else on mind, but I completely forgot. Please hit the turbo button. I think it builds character. You should see the rest of the list of stuff that needs footage. God, you should see the rest of the material list. It is not looking pretty. The day plan is just to get the crab apple jewels. And then the Buruku and Arupi hides. Buruku and Arupi, whatever. I don't speak that language. And then possibly, depending on how fast we get that done, maybe the other deco quests. There's 15 from Fencing G, 30 from Status Res. Yeah, and then that's it. And the rest is relatively normal proc stuff. The thing is, I am 1000% buying time like this. Because somehow the video that I intended to be filler while working on the Hunter Rank 5 and 6 one turns out to be a really fucking large project too. And the HR 5 and 6 one are going to be large projects too. I mean, love health gates. Man, good thing that Capcom completely abandoned the idea of health gates after Freedom Unite. Good thing they never made a reappearance. They really learned their lessons. You wonder what the chances are of us getting a new weapon in Wilds G? Probably about 0%. Half the weapons currently have an identity crisis. Maybe we should solve that first before making another one. I do want to say that I think that I read an interview at some point where they were asked... read or listened to? Where they were asked about another weapon type, and I think they said something amongst the lines of, we want to make sure the current ones are good first. So it is not even remotely planned. I might be wrong. I am kind of dumb. Never for gore. I'm good at exactly spreadsheets. But personally, I do hope that they fix, like, half of the stuff that they keep messing up from game to game first. If any weapon would get added, I feel like Earth or maybe Stormland style Tonfas would be a lot of fun. I see. I like that it just starts playing proof right out the gate. I feel so heroic right now. Jesus Christ! The bird! Everything about this is perfect. They don't make them like they used to anymore. I mean, he is in the area. I just don't want to kill him and then miss half the calves. Because that's kind of what I tend to do. I need like 2 or 4 claws, I don't remember. They had a nap. Can't kill them for that. He had a hard day walking through the mountains. Completely uninterrupted. I like how the greatsword NPC just can't get his bearings. Completely in awe at finally seeing Big Dragon. Literal standing man emoji. True. Free shit. Please don't give me just scales. If we don't get the claws from this, I'm buying them. I'm not doing another. I mean, it would be a good bit. It would be a really good bit. Nah, I shouldn't. I shouldn't. It would be funny though. Song for life. Text is written in a foreign language. Give it to someone who can read it. None of us, Chief. None of us. Yeah, fine. Just give me zero claws. It's okay. Man, I just want inventory space. Why do you make my life so difficult? I could use the search function. Turns out I don't need it. 90! You mental. Keep pressing the wrong button. Belgium. Unformulated. Power Talon Charm. Charm Talon. Talon Charm. Interesting naming convention. Megamas Live was GCP available for everyone or just premium cores? I do not know. It would make sense to be everyone, because it's used for a lot. And there are ways to grind it, specifically. Chief. Actually, no, I'm... Can I am a stab myself, look, okay. There we go. Finally! All that to save one inventory slot. Item sets. Save item set. Set 3. Should drop the potions. There we go. Back to schedule. There are so many mechanics and so many point systems. So many. I like the concept of there being so many fail-safes and alternatives to you just not getting a rare. And I kind of really like that about Sunbreak too. I just wish there was a system like that for charms. and decos. But alas, there is not. That was horribly timed. I thought I could die from that. Stop moving like that. Yeah. I am not looking forward to to Steve. There will be Steve soon enough. But yeah, TLDR. I need to buy time. Don't target me. Like 2 more seconds. Okay, I can look at that. Way too early. Slightly off. Slightly off. The first tracks I'm gonna go for is probably Resolute, if I can, otherwise one of the orb ones. And then the first, like that, one of these is going to have to last me until Zenith. At which point I'm probably making either Baru or Crab. I like Crab better, personally. I mean, I'm not too concerned with what the actual, like, very first is. Because it just has to get me to Zenith. And all of them do that. If available, maybe I'll make an exotic one. If exotics aren't locked behind a certain G rank. But I can't know that in advance, and I'm not gonna ask anyone to. Yeah, but game plan is one of the, like, some event one that I can get early. And then probably Crab. Just because I think that Zenith Crab is a banger fight. When you were asking about GCP, it's really easy to get in G rank. Yeah, now the question if it's how it was when it was live, if that was also just accessible for everyone. Like I'm sort of expecting the double hardcore bull drum quest to just have been there and just functioned that same way. Pretty sure it was paid. Yeah, that also unfortunately makes sense. Wait, no, it doesn't, because endpoints existed when it was live, and those were like the super paid ones. Unless they made, unless they also made a 2-tier paid side point thing system, plural systems. I'm dropping DBs for swags in the moment I get to G. I was gonna yoink the one you were gonna get. Any of them is a good choice, and then for like any of them will get you to Zenith. I am, like, in G, I am just optimizing for grinding less. All of 4 of them. How unfortunate. 40 out of 60. And then, once you hit Z, Baru is the recommended one, because he's easy, relatively speaking. Relatively speaking, quick. What do you mean partially? Oh, item set 2, because I'm not very smart. Okay, never mind. All good. Yeah, Baru is the recommended one at Zenith because he's easy to get. I just like crap adder. That's really all there is to it. Easiest weapon to get you to Zenith rank is literally any magnet spike, because the weapon is brain dead. I will disagree with you on that forever. I don't think magnet spike is brain dead. And I'm not saying that in a defense of magnet spike. It is unhingedly overtuned by design. That is intended. But I've also seen how people play magnet spike. And somehow they manage to play it wrong. So either you're extremely insulting towards a lot of people, or it is just a tiny bit harder to get into than you and I would understand, knowing how it works. I don't see half of what's happening on screen. How unfortunate. You gonna do it again? No. long hitbox. I mean, I played it to GSR 999, I'm so sick of it. Yeah. Yeah. I'm just saying that you'd be impressed to see how bad you can be while on Magnet Spike. I've been pretty bad on Magnet Spike. But I somehow can't bring myself to hate it, because I kind of really enjoy the concept of heavy weapon that can just get to big monster at will. Like, it's the whole get to monster at will and interact as much as you want sort of deal that I really enjoy. But I don't have any illusions about it not being completely and utterly unhinged. Because again, designed to be. I like how for the active feature they just gave it 120 more MB on the pin. What the fuck? Why was that? What on earth called that, dude? How do you give a single move 720 MB? So, do you or did you speedrun anything at all, Monkey? Because I have no other means than speedrunning to express what I feel about Magnet Spike. Oops. We need 10 more crab apples. Because Magnet Spike and speedrunning is very, very similar in a lot of ways. It dropped my connection. It found it again. Do I want any? No, thank you. Appreciate it, but if I don't clear them relatively fast on my own, then I obviously still have shit to learn and I do want to get better. Really not my first rodeo. But I also think it makes for footage. Oops. It's the wrong item. Yeah, but I feel like Magnet Spike is a feeling that is very, very, very close to speedrunning. In the sense that if you sit down and grind a monster in mainline because you want a time, you will often get, with enough practice, absurdly good at that monster. And you stop thinking about it in ways of interaction and you start executing based on script. And Magnet Spike is extremely good at that. It's a very consistent weapon. So the way I enjoy Magnet Spike is the exact same way that I enjoy grinding Special Investigation Diablos for like 6 hours at any given time. And that is not necessarily the gameplay of it, but like the feel of it, if that makes sense. Because you have this very, very extremely consistent thing that you know at all times what it's gonna do and how it's gonna behave. And then you get floor 1 Elzelion and you triple to it. You're on messes, so I just assume you know Rose. I've told them that any roading we do, we pick Elzelion. I don't give a shit. I will die to it a lot. And we'll pick it until that stops. Dude, I love the concept of that thing so much. They greenlit that. I should not be there yet. Yeah, that was a mistake. Yeah. Yeah, I can see that, yeah. But yeah. Also the custom achievement weapons. Or whatever they're called. There is a swag, so I want it. I think long term, my goal with Frontier exactly is a time on Muso Els. Just so like I've done it. And then there is this cool thing, if you ever run out of things to do in Frontier, there's this awesome thing you can do, which is called Road, and that thing should be a staple in mainline. I will fight people on that. Singular best endgame system. The children yearn for the road. Where you finally have things, like, imagine you're completely maxed out on gear. Then road would be the thing you could do to actually test your set building. In a way. Like, road is what you would do to meet your match of sorts. You know, how when you have a fully decked out set in Sunbreak, and everything just kind of melts to you unless it's exactly special investigations. It's pretty much the same here, except for some Xenos. And Road. And well, Musos, but like... the average person isn't gonna do Muso for time. Hell, the average person isn't gonna do Musos. Period. Decidedly not for time. I just love Road, man. I wish it was better to solo. That hit! For a lot. Embarrassing. And then, once you did everything you wanted to do, you can just pick up another weapon and do it again. There's genuinely so much time you can spend doing stuff in Frontier. It's awesome. Big fan. Am I going to shell him at all? Probably yes. And then I should sharpen. I am looking forward to getting stylish. Stylish and vampirism, man. I just can't be bothered to sheath again. But we'll get there. In time. We'll get there. Surely. Oh wow, and he changes area without limping. Now I feel bad. I hope that. Jesus Christ. I always treat him as proto, like a mix of Joe and Glavenus, which makes sense because that's what he is. But the angry just movement speed on him is... It tickles me. In all the wrong ways. It was pretty fun, but I wouldn't say an amazing endgame, especially when some of the best gears left games for 100. I'm sadly cursed with always dying on 78. Yeah. I would like a road in mainline that either unlocked the super high endgame stuff that you don't need for anything else, or that just didn't have a reward at all. Ever since Try, I've played since Try, hence, but ever since Try, after being done with progression and having made your sets and whatnot, I've always wanted more out of an MH, which is how I got into running in the first place. But when playing with friends that were equally progressed as me, we would stop playing MH together, not because either of us were sick of it or just didn't have anything else to do. We just ran out of things to do, pretty much. And then the discussion boiled down to, well, what do we want to hunt? And then we go on a hunt, like we discussed this for 10 minutes, then we go on a hunt, and after 5 minutes the thing is dead. And then that's just not a good gameplay loop. Whereas something like, hell, even series quests, or route quests or whatever, even those would do a lot for mainline, because it's something you can just quickly pick and go do, and the game chooses what you do for you. And that by itself would lead to a better experience for me in a lot of cases. And would have led to better experiences in the past. All the menuing you can save. And just get into more gameplay faster. And now that I said it out loud, I wouldn't be surprised if Wilds did something like that, but then also made the gameplay so fucking horrendous that I couldn't stomach it, and then I'll be forever upset. But yeah, I do quite like Road. Like, just the whole concept of you don't even restock or anything, because you can't. Like, you just pick up this one quest, and then you get to hunt non-stop until you die. Dude, I can't wait for 3 Worlds. Holy! I pressed a button. Why are you evil to me? What on earth is wrong with this? That was just the wrong direction. Oh, that's way too much text for me to read right now. Hold on. I'll get back to you in a second. I need like a third and a fourth monitor at this rate. Ah, it was too early. I think this is low enough to kill him from here. I think I've noticed the standard and hardcore monsters that you encounter are complete pushovers that die in like 25 seconds. It's damn near impossible to have the kind of consistent setup in mainline. Typically because the damage scale of this game is obscene compared to the rest of the series. I think for to recommend I would have to lower monster health just to make it quicker to run through and also have something that will give a difficult spec by heal. It depends on what you want to do with it. Like, I'm just happy to not have to menu between quests and have some sort of randomized thing in arenas where I can just consistently go and, like, where I don't have to menu between individual slays. Dauntless set guide when they bring back a version of it that I didn't hate playing. Considering I only played like one of them. I remember optimizing for it back then though. I do remember optimizing it at some point. I don't know if I have the spreadsheet still. I might have. But Dauntless, back when I played it, was very much a bigger number gooder type deal. Like, not a whole lot of nuance. It's like, do you want 4 more attack or do you want 5 more attack? They might do Dauntless the same Frontier treatment? I don't know. I don't know nearly enough about the community. I was not involved at all. I had like one friend that played, and then I tried to get more people into it and just didn't. And then as quickly as I started, I also quit it again, because it doesn't... Like, it's cool for... It was cool for a quick session in between for like an hour or like 1 8-hour thing in a month or so. But I don't think it was a very good forever game. I don't know how large its fanbase is. Flat out steal the code. Two more. I wonder how close the approximation with Frontier is. Because Dauntless also went through like 12,000 different phases. Life Jam and Fat Blowfish. Which of these can I buy here? The Dauntless was an experience, nonetheless. I think one of the oldest videos I have on this channel is a very funky glitch in Dauntless. I don't remember if I left it public or not. I think I reported it back then. I'll have to dig it out. Alright, monkey. Ooh, event. You have a good one too? You won't miss much, I will say. We are just doing decos. At the very least, it gave a bajillion how Dauntless fell off. Yeah, that is true. See? Can you imagine how much better those videos would have been if it was someone that was... Like, if it was DMH creator talking about it like that? I think the closest we have to such a person is still Gaijin Hunter. Which... just ain't it, Chief. Just ain't it. I really do hope that we end up getting some sort of unifying voice for MH. Instead of like 20 small creators. I remember watching Gaijin back when 4U came out. I remember watching him during either Try or Try Ultimate. I want to say Try Ultimate. Because I was struggling so bad back then. I knew how to hunt show, and I knew how to hunt show to extinction. But that was the only thing I was good at. And like G-rank quests took me 20 to 30 minutes to solo. And then I had some question and I stumbled on one of his videos where he just casually bullied a G-rank laggy in 6. And I got so much better from just witnessing that that's something that people do and that's possible. Outside of like a speedrunning scenario. Be that voice, Chief. I sometimes struggle with arrogance, so that's why I didn't put it that way, but I will work towards doing that. I just didn't want to say it out loud. Weapon power reduced. Whatever shall I do? That whiffed me. Holy. Mr. Fang Beast. Dude. I mean, obviously I'm no fan of AI generated videos and stuff, right? Because, you know... But I say you know, there's like 12 billion reasons to dislike that. But I think the funniest thing that I've ever heard a generated voice do is consistently refer to Mr. Beast as Mr. Breast, and that was awesome. I cannot get that out of my head. I don't even remember where I picked it up from. It was some short, I think. But I will, at least internally, forever refer to him as Mr. Breast. Mr. Bread. True. No. Pause. You know, while streaming, I realized that I need to think about the words I use and say, because there are probably certain voice clips that you don't want to exist of yourself. Surely there are individuals with a conventionally attractive voice that talk about Pokemon one way or another. I wonder how heavy that weighs on their mind. that stuff being able to be taken out of context. As in, like, repurposed and whatnot. Save your clip farming. You're the wrong NPC. The OC clip can go viral. True. I wonder. I would imagine that it would have a similar impact to reaction content. Where, like, that one singular video would get... Why is this on here? Would get an amount of attention, but then nothing else would for quite a while. That's what I'd assume anyway. Oh, that is not a cool hunt. Oh, hold up. Oh no, Snowy Mountains, never mind. I thought it's a good area. Is there any good area? This can go. This can go. I think this one can also go. That was skin, yeah. This needs to stay. This probably needs to stay. This needs to stay. This can go, finally. And these can also stay. Gold Rathian is not that big a deal. Dora is the bigger deal. What is this? Fencing G. Heavenly Jewel. Heavenly Jewel? Fencing G material. And it's, of course, that's the one we need more of. Okay. Fine. No, don't delete that. Do it. How much deco grinding are you supposed to? None. You can easily just make one type of weapon. From like Seru or Gore or Shaggy. You make the one weapon, you call it a day. And then you make Naga set, that's 5 kills. And then you just beeline it to G. That's entirely possible, but I do want to make a proper set. And that requires a little bit more grinding. These decos are going to be useless by the time, like, in G proper and later. So it is literally just for when I want to do HR 5 and 6 content stuff. And that's going to be predominantly if someone else needs help. Kurai, Naga, Kurai, Steve, Kurai. What does that give? How grindy is Frontier? More. It almost doesn't matter what game you throw in comparison. The answer will most likely be more. Strictly. What? Interesting. There is pretty much within MH. There's I want to say there's nothing that compares in terms of the sheer amount of shit you have to do for some things. One of the singular most important armor skills in Frontier is Hedon. If I recall correctly, and I might be off, but not by much, it is in the ballpark of 1500 quests to get one full set version of those decos, of which there are like 4 or 6 or so different ones per weapon. If you want to do it completely vanilla. I have done it completely vanilla once. I would not recommend. Oh, that's the wrong item entirely. Jesus! Stop! This is Aoi. Chief. I wanna see shit. I said with deco gives guts, attack large, status immunity, super earplug, status attack, razor sharp 1, status pursuit, fencing 1, sharpness 1, recovery 1. Yeah, that sounds reasonable. I'm not even gonna risk it. I'm just gonna jump like a good boy. More luck than brains. I caught it twice already, right? No, only once, okay. I will probably not talk about what my set does once it's done, before I actually have it on hand. Jesus. All I can really say about it is that it's not optimized. Like, I'm 90% sure you could do something better. I spent like 10 minutes on it back when I was originally progging, like way back on Rain. For the very first time. Because I kind of wanted to see what I could, like, do. And how the set searcher works and stuff. I do see Steve. I'm fairly sure you can get more attack out of that though. And I'm also not sure what super earplugs are used for. Like in terms of required hunts. Oh, IDK. I'm not gonna think about it much. Dude, set building when all of this was actually relevant would be so interesting in retrospect. He is so painful. Oh, I need to yield. Leave me alone. Dora, please. We'll talk about this once I have an actual weapon, please. I'll get back to you on that. No. Owie. And I need 15 of these. You better shower me in them, holy. This is just HR forwards. I do find very interesting that they have different baselines for how much defense a certain slot should give. Whereas nowadays every slot gives same amount. That is not the case today. Oh, that wasn't the case back then. Oh, 8, 12, 16, 18, that's enough. Thank fuck. I wasn't mentally prepared to do more than that. Buruku hide and arrow P hide. Okay, time to do some stuff. Attack rule 3, used to get 5 attack. True. Actually, I don't need this. Probably don't need most of these. Do I need footage from anything that's available in there? No, 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 no. Certainly not. No, 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 no. Wrong map. No, no, no. Okay. I should actually check. I really hope they ditch the deco system for what from what? The armor weapon split. Because I have choice words. Very choice words. Low rank 45% calf. And then Beruku, I think? No, Bear. No. What's it called? Buruku. There's a U in there's a U in there. Buruku. Buruku. Hide. 45 low rank, okay. If at all possible, I need a low rank quest. So, I've gotten into arguments, like things that exceed disagreements, over whether or not the deco system could be good and interesting. Because I was from the get-go saying that that system completely screws theory crafting. Like, completely and utterly. There is not going to be anything to theory craft. I said that before the game was out. And people were arguing with me so hard. Which, you know, I get it. You don't want... Like, you want to look forward to a new release, right? You want to be excited for it. You want to get to enjoy it. Without having someone tell you that it's going to be bad before it's even out. I get that. I have no interest in having that effect on someone. I very much have no interest in telling someone what they can and can't enjoy. But to me, it was immediately and completely obvious from the get-go that the set building experience was going to be dog shit. And people try to fight me on that. And it feels so vindicating. How much those same people are now complaining that set building is shit. Yeah, sheesh, almost as if I fucking understood what I was talking about. Almost. What the fuck are you doing, I guess? %, huh? %. To be fair, I'm sure they're expecting an actual good attack defense. Nope. Didn't get that. I'm impressed they didn't put weakness exploit on weapons. Low-key. I would be more positive towards the weapons armor special distribution made sense at least. Like they build a fence to separate the pit bulls and the babies. And then throw both at them. Yeah. I don't think there is a way to make it good. I will be upfront about that. I don't think that there exists a way to make it good. So the thing is, set building can do one of two things, as all theory crafting in every game ever can. Either it shapes your gameplay by prioritizing a different attack, empowering different aspects of the weapon, or it increases your damage or comfort or whatever. Those are the two options, from my understanding. Splitting in the way they did, where unconditional damage skills are weapon only, now means you will never see that. Now both means you will never see it on armor. So that frees up a lot of space. And it ensures that element will always be handicapped. Unless you make completely busted element decos for weapons. I had more words to say. Fuck. I'm sure I had a good argument somewhere there. Pretend I made the best argument I've ever heard. The thing that bothers me is that you'll just end up... Like, normally you would have to make a choice, right? You would have to either invest your budget into defensive stuff or into offensive stuff. And the split in the way they did it makes that nonsensical, because you now get the offensive stuff that you would need at a baseline. All like, what is it? 3, 4, 9, 13 points, let's call it. You get 13 points of offense. And then you get whatever defense you want. Unfortunately, what the fuck is wrong with you? Unfortunately, they failed to make affinity worse. So we now just have a ton of conditional skills on armor instead of defense. And we're back to like a pseudo one-set meta situation. With absolutely no fucking... whilst it's just upsetting. You remember back when crit meta was dead? Crit meta is dead. Long live crit meta. I remember fighting with people that were telling me that crit is going to die after that announcement. And I was like, Chief, if you think that there exists a skill that will take priority over a fucking post modifier that also fixes your fucking sharpness and also makes element better, potentially. No. Like, I don't know if I am just at a really fucking high level when it comes to understanding set building. If people are really fucking stupid, or if I just got lucky with my assumptions. It is really hard for me to tell, because I'm like one person, I only know what's inside my head, right? %, by the way. Chief. But yeah, it's bewildering to me that that wasn't like immediately obvious to people. The other thing is, they did want to push for weapon swaps, right? What's the singular stat that 0 weapons would avoid if they could? Like, none of them. Yeah, it's a fucking post modifier for everything. Of course crit wasn't gonna be dead. If anything, it would be more centralized. And they had a real chance at forcing us to build differently. At forcing us to get away from crit. They were so close to making crit bad. And then they decided to nerf every other skill as well. So I don't I don't understand the design choices behind this. Like, all they did was make set building much more awkward. Not even worse or weaker, just more awkward. And the people that suffer from that the most are those that cannot mod in their stuff. But that's a whole debate in and of itself. At some point I will have complained enough so that they will just hire me. It's okay. I'll fix it. I'll make sure that there won't be any co-op possible. I will make sure that everyone will hate it. I'm gonna be real, I would make Frontier again. Like, I would 100% make this deco system again. Where you have the choice of either getting really lucky, getting the stuff you need quickly, and skipping like a whole bunch of grind. And or you have to hit the failsafes. And then you just need like 15,000 materials. That's your problem. Keep the 50... Dude, you wish it was 50 wings. You ain't seen shit if you think that that's problematic. Ah, apparently I can't knock that down. The 50 supremacy wings is nothing. In the grand scheme of things... Barely watch gameplay. Fair enough. Wait, how am I supposed to finish this? Oh. I love how they emote at you if you knock them back too often. Like that. Right, we need 10 and 10. Somehow neither of them picked up anything. Currently going back through Rise and then set sail to 4U and then GU. Good luck with those. I will probably grind some of the unhinged weapons. Like those that require stupid many materials and stuff. Just so I have made one. Or 12. For content. Well, I won't. Who knows? Where's my quest history? After that, maybe Frontier? Depends on what you want to do in each game. I don't remember how long 4U is, but it took me 1.5 or so days. to hit high rank in 3 use. Well, try Ultimate's Village. And it would probably take me 2 or 3 days from there to go through that. For you has more story beats and locations and cutscenes and stuff. So it probably would take longer. And you probably don't just beeline rush. Go, 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 everything, right? Like, you'd be playing for the sake of playing. Let's see. Chances are that the Vals DLC is long out by the time you're done with that list. And probably also long over by the time you're done with that list. Geo alone is massive. Like, you can easily spend 200-300 hours in Village alone. And then you start doing Hub. Gonna do the friend with a job, yeah. Fair enough. Couldn't carve anything off. 43%, Chief. Couldn't carve anything. MR5 since mid-Feb. Yeah, okay. Yeah, it's... yeah. Yeah, somehow I feel like you're not catching up with mainline. I have a feeling. It's just a lot, man. It's just a lot. If you do want to go... like, if you do want to intersperse times where you just can't really progress because you're waiting on your friend, that's probably your best bet for weaving Frontier in, if you wanted to get at it. Because GU is a lot, and it pales in comparison. Like, it really pales in comparison, especially if you really want to get into Frontier and see all the things. Current accumulating willpower to the Tempered Braki quest to unlock the second rise? Yeah. Did you mean Frenzy? Dude, compare the Frenzied monsters from 4U, where they deliberately gave them more health and more damage and shit, to the stuff in... Wilds where they just have their base health. Unhinged, dude. How much do you want to bet that that was a bug that they just couldn't be fucked to figure out how to fix? And they just retroactively declared it law? I'm willing to run with that story. I have no qualms. I was so mad about it. Yeah, right? I mean, I wasn't. I don't give a shit. But it struck me as odd. Hella odd. Especially because, like, who is supposed to hunt this? What is this for? at what point are you supposed to interact with them like at all? I don't get it, man. That's another one of those. Wilds doesn't know who it's for. It's right now it's like 4 monsters to strength of the clothing. True. And I wouldn't mind that. But it's like a whole thing they made. They have their own fucking jingle. But who is it for? Who is supposed to hunt them and interact with them? Wiles is the potential man of Monster Hunter. I stole that line from someone. But it is fucking true. It is the thing that's wrong with it as a game. Just as a whole. It really doesn't know who it's for. That is the long and short of it. It doesn't know who it's for. I'm now angry. There is so much in there that is awesome for casuals. And then they make the things that casuals have to do. They just take a full 180 on it. And now it fucking sucks. There's so many cool things for runners and other hardcore enjoyers. There's so many cool things for theory folk. But every time you would go and apply it, they pull a 180 and just design the other half of that entire way to interact with the game to be complete and utter nonsense and dog shit. It's like on one hand, some skills are very intricate in how they work. Convert element, for example. Really interesting to work with it. But if you build around it, you just take the chess piece that has the level 3 of it, and it's also one of the best chess pieces in the game. Wow, what interaction. You lose the following things if you opt for Econ 3. Wow, such choice. It makes no sense, man. It doesn't know what audience it wants to cater to. I wouldn't hate a more casual Monster Hunter, right? With like significantly reduced grind and I don't know, generally easier encounters. I wouldn't mind that. It wouldn't be a game I would spend a lot of time in, but I would play it. Probably regularly. Because it can be nice. I am literally playing Frontier, which is probably bar none the hardest fucking game they could produce physically in this franchise. Again. I'm fine with both of those extremes. But they don't really want to settle for that. I don't know why their target audience is fucking crying babies in diapers whose diet consists of crack cocaine. I will never get over it that I made a fuck huge world for the sake of the world being fuck huge. Because there is nothing in there. I can just go forward. Like, there's just nothing in there. And then people glaze it for looking a certain way, and I just don't see it. And they glaze it for all these environmental interactions and the storytelling. Chief! All the way since at least try. A hungry Rathian will flee from you, find a vegetarian, kill and then eat it. You can watch that happen. In Wilds, Radar will fly past you, notice you, sit down, and then patiently wait for you to interact with it. How the fuck did that pass? Like, genuinely. Like, yeah, there's the what's or whatever the fuck they're called. They do things sometimes, I guess. There's the fucking sheep herders. Sure. But that's Skyrim. I want Monster Hunter. Oh, this is an apex predator. Then show me how it hunts its prey. But they don't hunt prey. They don't eat. They will just notice you, and then they'll sit patiently until you interact with them. I genuinely don't get who it's for. Oh well. I feel like it doesn't warrant mentioning. But since we're not doing a whole lot otherwise anyway right now. Did you notice that when Gurren enraged, the weather changed? Or that, depending on the weather, the small monsters are in different locations? So not even that is remotely a Wilds thing. I'm not sure if it was a DOS thing. Somehow those games did weather better than Wilds, where it was the flagship mechanic. Seriously, Capcom, just fucking hire me at this point, I'll fix it. At least we'll know who it'll be designed for. It got one shot by lightning. Fascinating. Though that's so forced in that game. Yep. I would love to be a fly on the wall in the design meetings where those sort of decisions are made. It's something about that is just not natural, man. And if you want to have a fun conspiracy, then it runs like shit on purpose to sell more subscriptions to renting Nvidia online. If you want, like, if you really wanted a conspiracy to subscribe to real quick, I'll go with that one. Doesn't even matter if you can just change it whenever. Yeah, sure. But I would hate if I wasn't able to change it. Sitting around for 45 minutes hoping that that it would change because the one thing you wanna hunt is in this and that weather condition. No, not a fan. Not a fan. They could have overworld weather doing its thing, having actual impact and shit. And then they do a proper, normal, organized quest list where you can just pick the weather you want or the season or whatever. But whatever the fuck this is, it ain't it, Chief. It ain't it. Alright, that should be all those as well. We need a little bit of money to get that sorted out. Let's do the Kutku a few times for monies, because I spend it all. Oh, there's another deco quest. I forgot. There's an additional deco quest that he's doing. You give money? No, you don't. You go. The whole weather thing, I feel like, is a damned if you do, damned if you don't situationship. I'm not even gonna blame them for quote-unquote messing that up. Because there is no good thing. A good way to go about it. I don't know what I'm carving. Ultimately, almost every argument you can make about Wilds boils down to it doesn't know who it's for. You would rather just be tied to monster and area? Do I read that as freedom? Because I wouldn't hate the idea. But I also remember, yeah. But I also hate jungle Kushala quests. Because you can't see shit. DLC news at State of Play. We can make a thing for that. Hold on. I need to... Hold on. Hold on. Shoot, where's anything? Here's something, and then... DLC news at State of Play. Nah. There you go. Oh shoot, I'm... Ah! Dude, I need to just keep YouTube as primary. This is horrible. I can't even properly reach chat anymore because the fucking pop-up is in the way. I have made better decisions in my life. You guys just have to talk more so I can read. This is funny to exactly me. Sell items. I fucking love that Frontier is just up front like, oh yeah, here's a fucking shack you can sell. Like, who cares about lore? Have a fucking shack. It's called a shack for 30k. How much is it worth? 50k. Clearly. Actually, can I just move this? Yes, I can. Okay, never mind. All good, all good, all good. Let's see. Kushala has no interactions with weather. True, but you can't see shit when it's raining at night. And his wind aura and the fucking trees. Destiny 3 reveal. Isn't Destiny 2 like super shitting the bed right now? Is that something that's happening? So if I second and some against first and fifth. I don't know how I feel about lightning rods. The thank you hunters event quest should give you 39 more, yeah. I'm not super concerned. I am rich in shacks. We did these two. Please. Be normal about this. And then next is status res G mat, which is gold Rathian, and that should not be as, like, nearly as painful. I will give you the duration of 1 gold Rathian to finish up the voting before I give my take. Dragon's Dogma DLC. I've not played Dragon's Dogma. That is earlier than I thought it would be. I thought shield is up. Surely they won't abandon it. Surely. that's shanked. You can't just decide something is the definitively last update before it's done selling. Like if this thing made 10 trillion bucks in the first 12 seconds, you can bet your sweet ass they'll make 10 more. I think it's more so that it won't sell 10 trillion copies. It's confirmed to not currently be in development, or it's not confirmed that it'll even exist in the first place? Are we reading this? I say, as if I play other games than MH. I do not. I have heard exactly 0 good things about Destiny 2. So at this point, I don't know, Chief. This is not peak gameplay. It's a mixed bag? No, it's explosives. There's no bag, there's just detonations. No, this here. This is my jam. I kinda wish you could do Storm style without the charged shells in Heat Blade mode. Unfortunately you can't. What do you mean I have to charge them? Oh, Destiny 2 was a mixed bag. Okay. I was like, there's no shot you're defending shell only. You have stun on these shells? You cannot fathom how little that matters. It's a gold ruffian. Maybe he's got hit zones. I just poke. Surprisingly bulky though. Yeah, it is gold. Not that you could tell. Single shell extends ass on heat blade as opposed to full bursting, yeah. And this is wide. But also, I like to have single uncharged shell for combo extending. Like poke, 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 boom, poke, 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 boom. Because it's better for my positioning than if I do poke, poke, hop, poke, poke. Hold on, I'm checking something real quick. Ugh. The stupid insect bite or whatever sting on my leg is annoying. Onion budget 4? 4? I need 30. That Ruffian better make it rain. Holy. It'll be obnoxious. I like single shelling spam in front here, but it feels a lot better if you have recoil reduction. No, I guess that's fair. Oh, right. The pole. So all three of you think that there will be news. I don't think that there will be. It would make sense to showcase something there, to talk about something there, like generally to be at a big event and do a thing. I'm with you, 100%, that would make sense. But making sense is not exactly Capcom's strong suit when it comes to Wiles. I just wanted so I could see the chat again. Fair enough. Yeah, I don't know. I kind of don't see it happening. The other thing is, when do the DLCs usually pop up? Like, when do they come out? I don't remember. It's like the winter season, right? So it would be like... I think Iceborne was like, what, September, October ballpark? It escaped the not quite lock. I just don't think that they could actually hit a release window this year unless they are like really far in development. And if they release something now that does not run good on computer, or isn't like an absolute fucking banger, the backlash, especially out with how Wiles is perceived. Risky move. So I feel like they would rather not have something for now if they are not completely sure that it'll be received well. It's like the worst thing that could happen is a negative reception towards their thing. Hello, coping. I just can't see them risking that. Oops. Ooh, you flinched so much I forgot you hurt. Alright, Raffian, make it rain. How many more? How many more? How many more? 26 even. I hope you don't give me just 4. Okay. Weapon power reduced. Oh no! Doesn't affect it! Shoot! Anyway, that's 6 more, so we're at 10. If the minimum stack you get is 4, that means at most 5 more gold ruffians, and I think I do have 5 more gold ruffians in me. So then the deco grind will be finished today. Asterisk. I'm gonna carefully stick to that statement, yeah. The question then is, how do I order what we're doing next? Because... Four monsters for armor pieces. Do we just do Zenoga? I think I'm mildly scared of Zenoga, but then again, I think... Because like, then it's back to borderline hitless. Strong emphasis on borderline. Because we can probably take 1 or 2 normal hits. Oops. No, I don't want to walk. Stupid wind. Somehow that's the thing that happened. The Horn NPC actually KO'd it. I am impressed. We'll get that. Oh, are we? You keep learning you already start learning the same skill multiple times, but you still haven't given me a map or the tracker thing, I think. Evil bird. Evil and messed up bird. Good God, I'd have to explain Hulk, right? How would I do that? How do I explain the stupid bird? It's basically an old gen cat in that it has stats that don't fucking matter. Am I doing hardcore? No. Does that increase how many decos I get? Oh, it's for the hard skills. Oh. Surely showing me the map is not a hardcore skill, right? 4. Ah. Alright then. Let's do a hardcore gold Rathian. Actually, just yeet the resources at me. I'm gonna have to talk about it at some point, I feel. And again, never mind. It's HR5 is stacked enough. But maybe for later. Is it one of those things where it's dug like 12,000 conversations deep? At 100 to Ellie or raw when it transformed it's maxed out while feeding, then I had to... Yeah. That tracks. Oh, they have a flash for it. Dude, this is high rank. What the fuck? I have to play the non-CC version at some point at this rate. This has no right to be like this. It really do. Oops. Ah, shoot, I thought I had the timing. I did not. Oh, thank fuck, I don't have to actually walk. Non-ZZ is the same, but expected point of progression is like the entire time and grind is worse. Yeah, sure. I'm down for that. See, part of the thing is... like, a lot of this shit is unhinged. Like, that is a high-ranked gold Rathian. Very unhinged moveset. I kind of want to see what you were intended to be like at this point. Like, what was... like, pretty much 100% of the reason I'm interested is that I just want to see what you were intended... What was the experience you were intended to have? What kind of gear were you supposed to have? What was the expectation to you? That would be the sort of thing I would like to do multiplayer in. One of the few cases I would enjoy that. Like, imagine doing this, but in actual high rank gear. And then it was also relevant. I feel like that would fuck. Require me to be above Hunter rank 2. Wait, so that is hardcore, right? Am I reading that right? Such a cool distinction. Yeah, it's not the only one. It's also the tail swipe. Normal one doesn't do tail swipes. Like this is strictly a different monster. Like this move. That's also hardcore. That one is also hardcore. Big fan. Oh, okay. Then I'm just doing the normal one, because this one's kind of folding me. Oh, shoot, I thought you were not here. I like the rock throws on backflip too. Alright, that... thank you. Shoot. Uh, 2026. And we can still watch an NPC play all-gen combo GS. What a life to be a time. How's it? I'm having a time. Thankful. I need to actually pay a bit attention. Jeez. Oh, to think that all of this I would have never experienced if endpoints were in. Awesome. But this is what I mean, man. Give me reasons to do shit. At least Greatsword has combo finishes. Yeah, sure, I suppose. Yeah, sure. You could make that argument. That's a jingle for the red drop. For the rare hardcore drop, I think. Fancy new ZZ stuff took priority. I mean, they're not wrong about it. But nah, man, combo GS just is just not it. Watch it never become relevant. I wonder. Oh, jeez. Good luck, Soul Mid. 2, 4, 12, 14, 16. 16. Yeah, that's accurately, actually, all of them. No, I just have to make sure that it's actually accurately, actually all of them. That's still a bunch of shit. I'll list out what that is for. Decorations, G decos. So that's survivability, 4 of them. Yes. And then it's status res, 2 of them. That sounds about correct. Then it's fencing, 1 of them. 2 status res, 1 fencing. Stat track. I've already too many things again. 2 status res, 1 fencing. Yep, awesome. And then 2 attack 4. But attack 4 is not a G deco, it's a normal deco. I think it's a normal deco. Yep. Cool. The decos are done. What is this? God status res evasion. Is that relevant? Attack, poison, hearing. Right, I didn't make the other ones yet. Just slam them in there, it's fine. Helmet is not gonna stay. These are going to stay. Status immunity, great guts, evasion 2, attack up small, razor sharp. What? We are getting somewhere. This has skills now. Cool. Right. I did take a lucky charm, but it tells you which of the items you gain more of because of the lucky charm. Like the Ice Mod combo GS and GS. I don't know, man. I feel like if you want to play big combo weapon, you would go like Swax or Slaplands or I don't know, Longsword maybe in older gen. But Greatsword is kind of the stationary charge kind of thing. And then, yeah, the parry situationship exists too. I would like them to hone in on, like, to fully commit to charge forever. Because that's kind of the thing that makes Greatsword unique, right? Bara 00, Elder Dragon Gem. I'm just going to make a couple notes real quick as to what are possibly easy and chill things to go bully while I'm still buying time. There are 4 more generic mats we need, but not today. Flashing only indicates double. Yeah, but as far as I know, they don't reward extra items. They just double the amount you get. But I don't know. I don't know. That's at least how I understood it. Regardless, I'm going to go eat food. I mean, it should say so if you hover over them then. I think. I'll just take your word for it. You're more knowledgeable on Frontier than me. Regardless. I don't know when I'll go again next time. I hope I can do it a little bit earlier. But no guarantees. Because I can pretty much only water the garden when it's not under direct sunlight, and that piece of shit gets 16 hours of direct sunlight a day. And I'd hate to take like an hour-long break in the middle of doing something. So, no guarantees. It was nice. Thank you a lot for hanging out. And you'll see me at a time when it makes sense. Have a good one, you lot.